Hey, streamer fixed the sandwich button. Speaking of fixing the sandwich button, we return. Let's get back to things. That was pretty quick, actually. Not the quickest, but pretty quick. What, 6 minutes, I think? Good to be back. All right, so continuing this bridge, this big bridge. Got another monitor lizard running around. Speaking of, hey, we got a semi-wild giant skink. That's kind of awesome, actually. All right, so... I think I will just simply construct the cage with the giant skink in it. And we'll see how often it goes back to being wild again. And we'll have to look into ways/options of breeding them, which is also something that we got to do. So it should be a good time, I think. And I have hiccups. Ah, all right. Still got an okay amount of booze. As we continue to smooth stuff. What's this? Root tile. I always forget what that stuff's for. So now the only issue that I really have is where... rock? That's root tile. Chad, any favorite Dwarf Fortress tile sets? Elicit wants new ideas and options. I really like the humble font. I think if I didn't use this tile set, I would use the humble font. Mine? You like mine? There you go. That's Chat's favorite tile set, Elicit, is my tile set. I think it's just called humble text font. I think is the name of it. Here, I'll find it. Yeah, this one. This one. This one. Ah, that's what I was looking for. This one. It's very, like, vanilla looky, but has a really nice kind of soft edge to it. That's probably the one I would use if I didn't use this one. No, that stuff is now only accessible through Internet Archive, I think. Matt's tile set. Mostly just due to the issues surrounding his work, but long story. Yeah, that too. Illicit. You know, that's like still such a good tile set, though. I mean, Mayday's tile set was phenomenal from back in the day. Liam, thanks for the raid. You must have had a great stream today. Boj the Boj? Is that how you say that, or is the J silent? It's either Bo the Bo or Boj the Boj. I don't actually know, but hi, Yivery. Hello. What's up, Josh? Hey, Liam. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? This is, we're playing some Dwarf Fort. We are slowly but steadily building a bridge across a very, 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 very large trench. Bow the bow. Well, I tried. Bow the bow, Boj the Boj, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce things with the letter J. I'll never figure out how to say the name Jacob. There we go. Anyway. Hi, I'm blind. I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress and other things sometimes. Hope that you've been well. Doing some RimWorld with massive food issues. Yeah, that happens. Food issues can happen. We are here. Let's go up to the top of the world, and I'll give you an overview. This is what do we call this fort? Hotbeards? I think we called it Hotbeards. Yes, this is the fortress of Hotbeards, of the Crimson Pulley, and it is a tiny little bridge in the middle of, quite literally, Africa. There's giraffes. We have a giant skink in a cage. We've had rhinos walking around, and this little river is a waterfall in which we have built on the side of as like our temporary fortress for construction for the main fortress, because we just started this today. And that little walkway kind of goes all the way down to this where this ladder is, but this goes all the way down to that. There's this giant river, which has two giant sponges and had a giant alligator in it for a bit. Giant alligator appears to have vanished. Maybe it finally died. Anyway, that's our kind of fort so far. There's not too much to it. Pretty simple. Just very steep. But thank you very much for the raid. It goes a long way. Cheers. Anything particularly noteworthy happen? Also, I don't know if any of my mods shouted you out, so I should do that. I actually don't think I have any mods active right now. I did earlier, but then they, like, I don't know, went AFK or something. Which is fair. I just did that myself. I just got back from lunch. And I need coffee. I'm gonna pour me some coffee. Game's saving, so I have a chance. Hey, Lizzo. All events bad for several days? Well, that sucks. The coolest thing to happen in this fort is yesterday I had to retire a fort in Dwarf Fortress. And the reason I had to retire it was because I kind of made a little oopsie with some water. It's a long story, but TLDR, that fort still exists and is still alive, but is half underwater, and I just didn't want to deal with it. So we're building this fort today, which is in a much cooler location, so that's totally fine. But there was a dwarf who showed up in this fort named Knox. Now, I'm shocked that Knox showed up. Knox came from the other fort. Now, Knox, the last time we saw Knox, was after I expelled them when they were lying in a pit covered in spider webs after having their head caved in for about 2.5 weeks in game time, maybe longer, probably longer, potentially up to a month, getting their head caved in for the better part of a few weeks by a giant crab. Fortunately, the only reason Knox didn't die and she lived was because while getting her head bashed in by giant crab, it was the giant crab wasn't just beating her head in. The giant crab was slapping her with a wool glove. This is a new world that I generated last Saturday, Kalias. We're doing this to kind of break up Long Death because I like Long Death. Well, I like streaming it, but it's not very action heavy and people kind of miss a lot of Dwarf Forts, so I'm kind of pulling back on the schedule for Long Death for a bit and kind of focusing on other things to just keep people interested, if that makes any sense. So anyway, yeah, this dwarf literally sat in a pit with a giant crab beating the shit out of him with a glove for a couple of weeks. There was so many spider webs on this dwarf right here that I had to give up saving them because my doctors couldn't get to her. So I figured, well, we'll just expel you and maybe that'll, like, trick it. I tried every trick in the book to, like, de-web her, but she couldn't get up. Her neck bears scars from numerous old wounds. The chief among them is a massive jagged scar. And she's still kind of hopeless after dwelling upon suffering a major injury, but is alive and now has a lovely child named Ocelot and gets to hang out with her husband Animal, which is a good time. You gave DF another try, made food and booze, and the children still starved? Are you sure you made food? Because, like, you probably missed a step if people still starved. Actually, it's highly likely you missed a step if people still starved. which is definitely possible, if not even likely. You just realized you forgot to make nest boxes. No wonder your food seems scarce. Yeah, that'll happen. Nope. But nobody touched them. Then I assure you, you didn't actually make food. Did you put it into a stockpile? Did they have a way to get it? Did you make them a tavern where they would go to eat automatically? You must have missed a step. Also, wit code. The engraver has been taken by a strange mood. Look at that. Runs all the way up to the surface. Did you trap the children somewhere where they couldn't access the food? What will you make? I don't know, but you just claimed a craft store shop. I hope you don't want metal, because we don't have any metal yet. I'd have to throw together stuff. CPS? I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know if you were, but I would recommend following the Quick Start Guide on the wiki, because the Quick Start Guide is very helpful. Oh, Child Protective Services? Is that what that is? I don't know. I don't have kids, so I don't think about that shit ever. I mean, it's a good thing it's not worth too much, because if it was worth too much, then fucking dragons would show up and be like, yo, what's up? Quick Start Guide on the wiki. The Quick Start Guide on the wiki. Hold on. I'll give you a link. I literally just go to my web browser and type in quick, and it's the first thing that pops up. It's that. It's a very straightforward, in my opinion, like step-by-step list on how to not die in Dwarf Fort. Fortress mode, specifically. Although, ignore the installation instructions and just install the game that best suits you. Whether that's with a tile set or without, or vanilla or not. Doesn't really matter. I generally recommend vehemently against using starter packs, so you won't see me shouting that out. You can, but I won't elicit. How to circumvent the first ways of dying? I mean, I've been in this fort for 2 years in an arguably really dangerous spot, building on a very precarious wall, and nobody's died yet. It's not hard to not die in Dwarf Fort. Oh, absolutely, but why would I do that? Kellius. Watch this dwarf fall off and just go, yeah, splat. All right. Going for something else. As long as they're moving, this is good. The other guide that I recommend to people, if the quick start guide is a bit much, is Krug Smash is your first fort. Because Krug Smash made one tutorial once, and it's probably the best Dwarf Fortress Basics tutorial ever made. Some of column A, some of column B. Considering the fish generally land in about 70 pieces when they hit the bottom of that waterfall. Krug Smash's tutorial is probably the best, like, basic how-to of Dwarf Fortress. If you want, like, more detailed stuff, then Tekud or Salford Sal are probably the ones I would recommend. Or if you want quick tips, come yell at me and I'll help. But I don't really do full-length tutorials. I've done a couple and I think they suck, so. I have a resub at Bell on our stream. Is he on? Bell, are you not on? God damn it, Bell. I want to go resub to Bell. Oh well. One of these days, you know, I need to, like, pitch him on dragging him onto my stream while I have Tarn Adams on. Because I was talking to him once, and he's like, I couldn't imagine talking to that guy. I'd fanboy so hard. I'm like, dude, like, just pop on the stream when he's on at some point. We could cross the streams. It'd be great. And he's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Should try and do that, though. I'll offer again. It would be awesome. I think everybody would love it. I could just give them the list of my questions and get them to read some of them. I mean, like, you know, the only way to, like, meet other people in the industry previously was go to a convention, right? And now it's like, how do you do that? All right, so let's see. Whitcoat, you grabbed yak calf bone and 2 pieces of diorite. Kind of wish you grabbed granite, just because I like the look of granite more, but diorite will do. Make something cool. All right, well, this is it. This is the entrance. So I guess the question is, what do we work on here? Now that we've built the bridge, do we work on building the inside of this side, or do we work on water trap? I don't know of one. I mean, there might be, but not one that I know of. Oy vey. No, let's just cancel that. I think I'm going to do this. Once Dwarf needs are satisfied, then lean towards water trap. Okay. That I think we can accommodate. Ooh, I like this spot up here. How high up does this go? Nice. It's that nice shape all the way up. I'm going to use this as a way to, like, clear out this thing. It's less of a value per stone and more of a value of the item that you've crafted. If that makes any sense. Well, I could totally just do this way. Using bridges like this. Might be the best way to do it. Yeah, but I don't really have a huge fuel access, and I don't feel like turning wood into charcoal. And because this map is actually pretty shallow, like this trench is like half of it. Yeah, we have 60 Z levels, and 30 of them are that waterfall, which means the cavern layers are all real close together, which means we'll find lava real fast once we go down there. So I'm going to just wait until I have access to lava forges. Whitcode says, or Whitcode, the engraver, has created Ostuk Not Lith, a diorite bracelet, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Mistum Helm. Relieved. I'm probably going to sell that. Please don't take offense. So with 4,800 Zethal, Sneaked Ruin. This is a diorite bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular diorite cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular diorite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of yak bone. And you, dwarf, cease what you are doing and come do something useful. I don't need fish. Oh no, the skink has reverted to a wild state. That's unfortunate. Must be retamed. But I could also use gem windows. We don't necessarily need to use glass windows. But we are definitely going to need windows regardless. So what I'm doing, and I'm going to need to do this all the way up and all the way down on both sides, is I'm going to need to dig all the way along this wall, cut out the ore that is in the walls, and replace them with non-ore filled walls, and then also smooth all of the walls on the outside. And the reason we need to do that, and we need to do that all the way up and all the way down, is so that enemies from up above can't climb down, and enemies from down below can't climb up. So we're going to need to do a lot of smoothing. Otherwise, theoretically, they could just climb down and onto this and then, you know, kill me. We're going to name this lever for the bridge right here. Nah, bridge. On bridge. Bridge on bridge. So we can have some bridge on bridge action. You know, we could also totally redirect this river up here and make a constant water flow flowing through here. Maybe even through this. As like a mist generator. You don't have good metal yet. You need to build mayor's chambers, so going for the highest value you have available. Just put engravings on the walls and you'll be fine. That's generally my advice for that sort of thing. All right, we'll do this. Nice blocks. And more nice blocks. The wrong tool selected. Let's go all the way up here. Do the other side of this. I'm trying to decide what layer to put the tavern on, because that's what we're going to start off with. We're going to start off with a better tavern in a safer position. Cancels brew plant, needs empty food container. Well, how much beer do we have? 150, good stuff. Basically, like, my decision right now is between, do we build the tavern above where we were constructing now, higher up, same with bedrooms, or do we do that below? That's kind of the decision that we have to make right now. Is do we go up to build tavern or go down to build tavern? Any particular thoughts, chat? Start smoothing this. Your bug fix for what you're working on worked? Hell yeah. That's all good. I mean, if you get pulled away for something important, that's fine. Don't ever apologize for doing more important tasks than, watching stream. Never need to do that. Actually, now that you say that, maybe we should go, like, up here and build the tavern, like, right here. Like, maybe make this the tavern layer. This is like this faction is building a new mountain home. Maybe that's what our goal is. Our goal to build a new mountain home? Maybe. I'm just thinking out loud now. Like, that would kind of make an awesome tavern, I think. We could, little walkway right there. Proper entrance right there. Let's actually make these up downstairs so I can extend it later. Oh, come on. I'm in the wrong screen. Jeez, how did I end up there? Because we're going to need to extend this. That'll work. Be one tile off, but off of this. I kind of want it to match, though. So, Problem is I've sized it wrong to match that way. Could squish the side of it over by one. So if we do it this way instead, could just do a plain square. Would be fine. Not as good for frame rate, but it'll look nicer based on what I've already done, so. Do that. I think that lines up, unless I'm crazy. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there you go. We get that instead. And there will be other hallways coming off this. So we could do, like, just for sense of sanity, we could have, like, hallway going this way. gotta like change the shape of this up a little bit, I think. Just looking at it. Quite working. I think we'll kind of go for a flatter edges on this for right now. Let's expand later. All right, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it that way. This whole fort's awesome. Why's that? There you go. Now they could start working on it if they want, or they can keep digging on that. Either works. Then we can get our bedrooms moved. So let's start making bed. Let's just make 90 beds. But also, good afternoon, Dragon. You had your sound off? You wondered why I was so quiet? I only just said good afternoon to you. I was like staring at this and being like, does this, do that, do you click this button, do that? But good, it's good to see you. Hope you're good. I hope you do hath been good. I don't think there's any correct English in that sentence, but that's fine. These are some ambitious dwarfs. That's all I can say about this. Some real heavily ambitious dwarves. I mean, look at this shit that they're working on already. Like, you know all of this is getting hollowed out and constructed in, right? You know that's what we're doing. Dumb thought. Find a way to build it under the bridge so that visitors can occasionally see invaders go surprise skinny dip. I don't like doing that. Although, how about this? Go under here and build our prisons under the bridge. How about that? How's about that? This is going to take them a while to finish, I think. Also, hi, Pi. How are you? Prison with a view of the river. Yeah, and a very convenient lever that does very inconvenient things for the person who is standing there if they make mistake. Give you architecture. You can just be our architect, because we do need architects. I mean, why not glass bridge with lever on? You know. So prisoners can be... you know what's funny is I actually built a prison under a waterfall once on the edge of a cliff. And you know what ended up happening? One of them drowned. I don't know. Standing in 6 inches of water while in prison does not seem like a good way to make people happy. It seems like a real good way to make people waterlogged. But I'm not against the idea. Dwarf rights? Better than dwarf wrongs. Pink. Better than dwarf wrongs. There you go. You're making the thing that I need to see done. Dead and missing. Bunch of dead carp. This checks out. Also looks like my stray skink is semi-trained again. Soggy socks in prison is basically torture. Yeah, because your feet will eventually, like, rot, won't they? I wouldn't even say it's basically torture. It is torture. Get trench foot? That's the word. I wanted to say something else, but I couldn't remember the name of it. But yeah, trench foot is what I was thinking. Any particularly interesting artifacts? Nah. I mean, early artifacts are never interesting. We had a bracelet just now, but that's it. Early artifacts are never interesting because they require less. The younger the fort is, the less that they require. I love that the fort where I was totally reasonable with my constructions was like the one where I was like, yeah, this is gonna be like, you know, we're gonna build lots of forts in this world, and now I'm building this fort, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna be here for a while, aren't I? Jeez. Prison with gold, great. I haven't seen any gold yet. So far, all we have is silver and tin, so I don't know if I get super excited about gold. But maybe we'll get lucky. Silver's cool too. I agree with this, but it's no gold. Should that tavern be bigger? So I can make that tavern bigger. Gonna build a kitchen near the tavern too? Yeah, I was thinking about that. Dwarves need to like invent the technology of really long fishing rods. And then just make slide openable windows. Maybe kitchen over here. Kitchen and / food storage over here. I generally don't like if it was just me, I generally don't like building everything on the same level, but I feel like for people watching, it's much more discernible to be able to watch everything on the same level. So we can make this into kitchen. You don't care about building kitchen and the tavern on the same level? Yeah, I don't know. I like it when you can see everything. All industries on the same level, it's kind of repetitive. Yeah, I'm kind of short on building space in this map, oddly enough, because it is such a shallow world. I think that's just the whole world. I think it just generated that way. I probably like changed a setting or something in Advanced World Gen that fucked it, but it's fine. I'm just happy with this one that I'm higher than what the previous save was. Damp stone located, excuse me. Well, we hit damp stone. All right, so we are going to have to hug the wall. We are indeed going to have to hug the wall. I'm just going to let the Aquifer spots cancel. I think I can fix that. We're just going to have to fill it in. Ooh. In before, like, there's caverns there. Just floods the whole fort. Cancel? No, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so we're going to need to be very careful with how we do our building. Let's just dig through this and see what happens. We're gonna have to be very careful. Let's just dig through this and see what happens. All right, it's just Aquifer. All right. That. What material is this? It's diorite? Okay. Because all of the water is in the caves. Wouldn't that be funny? Actually, I think the world is so shallow because of how much I increased erosion. It's okay. It's just the light aquifer that we knew was there. So basically, we need to hug the rock. Essentially. All that really means. But down here is also going to need to be fixed. So let's start off by doing this. No, not that. Up, down. I'll just mine all this out. And just get to it quickly. What? It's granite? Okay, we'll keep it granite. I don't use DF hack. So. I don't even have it installed. The wet season has arrived. Well, we found the aquifers, thus proving that. I was aware of that. Thanks, game. We already found it. The wetter season has arrived. Not necessarily a purist, because I have used mods in the past, but I just don't see the benefits of using DF hack, personally. All right. Now I need to cut all of you out. We might get some dribbling. The vanilla game tells you that too. You just need to know where the menu is. When you go to engrave a slab, it tells you which ones are a ghost. But I'm not here to tell you how to play the game. I'm just... I play the game the way I want to play the game. Always done that, always will. There's a lot to remember. That's why I play this game so much and don't play a lot of other really crazy, in-depth games, just a few. My brain only has so much space. I think I'm going to have to change my design of this. I think I'm going to have to do that. I'd rather not slowly fill this whole thing up with water, which is what's going to happen right now if I keep up this route. We really need to get that meeting area / tavern up top. Hey, KD8's making us very nice beds. Well, that's good. Very least, once all of this work is done, these dwarves are going to have a nice place to sleep. All right. Yeah, let's just fill this side in down here. That's fine. Better to do it this way. 'Tis better to do it this way. You know, for me, Mr. Anderson, a lot of the fun of Dwarf Fortress is making mistakes and then fixing them or working around them. I think that's one of the biggest strengths for me in Dwarf Fortress. So if there's a tool or a thing that's just like, let's negate the possibility of this mistake happening, that removes a lot of potential excitement and fun from the game for me, which is kind of the main reason I don't use it. It's not that I'm necessarily a purist. It's just because, like, there are a lot of useful tools in DFHack. That's true. But they also remove a lot of the fun from the game for me. Cheers, Liam. Thanks for sticking around as long as you have. Only games you play are DF, Caves of Cud, AI War 2, and Oxygen not included, and you still forget things in DF. Yeah, but I don't think you play games for a living full-time, 8 hours a day. Sometimes more. Lorbam, the leather worker, has given birth to a boy. I mean, if you do, then please correct me, but... Yeah. I mean, usually you can tell if somebody's using DFHack just by whether or not there are number of dwarves down here listing moods, because that's a DFHack feature. You don't see that, the person's probably not using DFHack. I mean, it's kind of funny because, like, most streamers just, like, churn through new games like crazy, right? Like, 70-hour-long RPGs come out and the streamers are all finished with them in, like, 3 weeks. And then there's me where it's just like, well, I mean, I do play. It's just not that frequently. All right. Did I not cut any gems? I'd swear I did. Well, I don't have anything I can sell them yet. I could sell them a bunch of conglomerate. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's sell them a bunch of mugs. Mug. And queue up mug. And make them from granite. Much nicer material. Call DF your retirement home game? Have you ever played War Sim? Illicit? Because I would also put War Sim in there. Mostly because it's like, that's a game I could play if I lose all my eyesight. And also a game that I could play, like, with one hand. So, I could get pretty bent out of shape and still be able to play that. I want to start trading with the elves because of all the fun animals I have here. Imagine what they have. Brew some drinks as well. It's the text-based Empire Builder? Yeah. It's like $6 on Steam. Although I just kind of recommend that game to everybody ad nauseum, so maybe don't take that recommendation seriously, but... This game. Oh, you have it? Good stuff. Now, this is a game that I recommend to anybody who's curious about getting into weird games, because this is a very easy to get into weird game. Very easy to get into. I mean, gotten 40 hours out of it, and it's, what, $8? $9? Fantastic little game. I recently bought Sanctuary RPG for like 60 cents and need to try it at some point. Although nobody could like give me a recommendation on it or whether or not it was good, so I was kind of testy. So you're the first person I know of that's played that for like more than 20 seconds. Everybody I talked to is like, yeah, I played it for like 15 minutes once. It was I was like, well, that's not very helpful. It's good. Look for secret letters built on screen into the ASCII to find to find stuff. I don't know if that's a spoiler or not, but it was like 60 cents, so I bought it. Let's carve some fortifications in here. Could also put watchdogs up here. Zoop. All right. Is anybody... There you go. We're trading. Conglomerate mug. All right, let's see what these elves brought us. They brought us a chipmunk, a normal-sized skink. Chipmunk and a skink. You telling me that I already have cooler shit than you, elves? Boy. They brought us an onyx pedestal. I think I will buy that. Same with the tapazolite altar. Yeah, I will buy both of those. They get a lot of profit. Hopefully they'll bring us stuff next time. And looks like a friggin' Bob hath given birth to boy. Ain't that adorable? Congratulations to the happy dwarfs. May your beards remain hot. Yep, illicit. But they're also windows. Friggin' Bob populating the fort. It's great, ain't it? Great. All right, this dwarf runs all the way down here, all the way over here. Man, they have to walk for like a day to get into the fort. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. We really need to make this like walkway less ridiculous. 'Cause currently, it is a bit ridiculous. And then I think right here, in this spot, going to make us a temple. Because I kind of want to make something that connects to this other walkway. We could have like a walkway that makes some sense. Connecting here. Oopsies. Let's do something like that. Something like that. Something like that. And just connect the two. Looks a lot better. I did that over the holiday fort. Still don't really like him. Looks like we've got another. Going to go to normal labor menu. Enter. I really just need more miners, my dude. Dream of crafting a masterwork someday or from the old fort. Stray hen, which we can slaughter. Bull, which we can slaughter. What you? Hey, it's Raz. Razlime. Welcome back, Dwarf. Stone showed up. Nish. Take you off of hunting as well. Mining. Maybe also stone masonry and stone detailing. A named chicken. Water buffalo calf. Another legendary bone carver. Unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this. You brave? Strong and agile. I think I'm just going to put you in the military. Where's black with a touch of gray, eh? Oh, you're a legendary hammer dwarf. Well, you're definitely joining the military. Did you bring a hammer with you? Yeah, you're already armed. Didn't bring a hammer with you, though. Just a breastplate. Just armor. And there's little Osan. Donkey, you can die. Hey, it's Dragona. Killed a mountain goat and number bulwark. Inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. Welcome to the fort, Haiti. Hate D's nuts. Legendary woodcutter. Dreams of mastering a skill. What are you? Master persuader, huh? 100 years old. How do they function? I can't explain that to you verbally. Go read the wiki. Do what I did. Go read the wiki and play along. But that's not something I can verbally explain to you. There's a lot of sub-menus. It's one of those things where it's way easier than it looks, but it's very intimidating initially. But yeah, I will maintain that I can't really tell you verbally. It's a blacksmith. Do some of the doctor. 60 nice years old. Calf and a bull. Now this is a big migrant wave. We're up to 50 dwarves. You dream of mastering a skill. Everything in Dwarf Fortress is clunky, my dude. Literally everything in Dwarf Fortress is clunky. Find me something in Dwarf Fortress that isn't clunky. But just like everything in Dwarf Fortress, it becomes less annoying the more of it you do. Military dwarf. There's Vinsati. Silvershee, who I think was in the military. Yep. You bring armor? Man, I wish more of them would just bring their hammers. This would be super nice to have right about now. All right, 57 dwarves. Well, we went from 32 to 57, so yeah, that is pretty big. Let's see what we have for tables. It's the conglomerate tables. Okay. Table. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put workshop, mason shop, 1. Workshop, mason shop, 2. Workshop, mason shop, 3. Workshop, mason shop, 4. Of those, and I'm going to make table, rock, 30. Granite. Throne, rock, 30.
This is madness!
Madness. Granite. Hoi hoi hobo. Yeet. Those things, man. I'm sad. Concert that was supposed to happen tomorrow got canceled today. But rescheduled. But also sad that they waited till the day before. Hope your day's gone better than that. What tile set is that? Exclamation point tile set. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. Holy fuck. Hobo. So I big sad. Oh, fuck, indeed, yeah. It's a shame. It's weird that they renamed the band at such a convenient time from holy fuck to fuck. Yeah. The last day of next month. Oh, it's just a honey badger. I thought that said giant honey badger. I was about to freak out a little bit. All right, let's make all of these fisher dwarves cease and desist. I don't need anybody here fishing. Yeah, it's not that bad. I'm just sad that they waited until the day before. The day before, man. Day before. Your ministry concert was rescheduled 4 times and you finally gave up? Yeah, psychedelic, porn crumpets, and holy fuck are the ones that have been rescheduled like a dozen times now. Everyone was hoping the rules would change? I don't think everyone was hoping that the rules would change. I think everyone's hoping that this shit's gonna end. You know? Not like, I don't expect the rules to change if things don't end. You know? But I get it. Just like the Spanish Inquisition? Frog? First time in 2 years? You know, y'all are late to the party on that. Because nobody expects it, Frog. I mean, on the bright side, it just means that I have way more time to get editing done tomorrow, which means I guarantee you I will have the Future of the Fortress video done tomorrow, and maybe we'll go up tomorrow, but we'll definitely go up Saturday, and also that means that I don't have to worry about like ending a meeting at a certain time with my team, so. But unless you tune into my streams, fair enough. Is the future good? I mean, you could go read them right now on the Bay 12 forums. So hold on. Actually, I want to show you guys something. So I edit videos once a month on the Future of the Fortress Q&As that Tarn Adams does, right? And I've expressed frustration at very large multi-part questions. And I know that this person watches my videos because he's commented on them before. But I'm starting to think that Mr_Crabman is trying to kill me. Because, like, this question, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 parts, and Tarn responded to all of them. This is going to be the most editing I've ever had to do on one of these. I'm convinced that Crabman is trying to kill me. So, thanks, Crabman. Shoutouts for making my workday longer. Guys are machines. I'm a machine. Prepare to be terminated. Thumbs up. Hey, we have some granite tables. Sweet. They start on the thrones at all? Nope. All right. I mean, I have, like, there is so much work that I have to do in my day that you guys don't even see on the stream. And, like, the unfortunate part is I've added so much work to my own workload with the podcast now. It's like, oh my word. It's kind of hard to, like, even describe. Can I remove you? Can. Okay. All right, I'm just making sure that I'm gonna masonry instead of praying all day. Praying's fine. You can do that too, but I need you to go do masonry. Still waiting for the History of the World Part 2? What's History of the World Part 2? Is that what starts after 2020? Feel like, hold on. 1, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure I need more masons. So let's take you off of stone detailing, put you on masonry. Let's give you that. Let's give you masonry. Let's give you masonry. Should fix that problem. Was that an ironic thing, or did they actually, like, not finish it? Because I've never heard of this. Like a funny fort with a balcony next to a waterfall? What are you suggesting? What do you mean by funny? It's in the title? Sure, I don't, but did they never make it? I've never heard of this film, so care to enlighten me, or are you like just being intentionally vague? Maybe gimmicky? I mean, what is Dwarf Fortress without a gimmick? Boring fortress, that. Pretty big. Can't type fast enough? Then don't do the thing that my mom does, which is putting dots in everything. You keep putting 2 dots, which is like, I don't know. It sends weird messages. And you were on his SC2 stream playing teams? You were playing Soul Calibur too? Well, that's awesome, man. Hope you had fun. Kind of random, but you guys were at D&D for a promotional thing? Yes, definitely Soul Calibur. Thank you. For those of you who don't know, there was a guy on YouTube named Force SC2 Strategy who used to have this Ruddick joke that the SC2 in his name stood for Soul Calibur. It's a fighting game, if you've never heard of it. Yeah, it's a fighting game, but not StarCraft, which is probably what you were actually playing. Yeah. Anyway, he has this channel called Force SC2 Strategy, and he had this joke for ages where people would ask him, they're like, does the SC2 stand for StarCraft? He always, because he hasn't uploaded a StarCraft video in years, and he's just like, no, it's for Soul Calibur. I used to make Soul Calibur videos, and people go, oh, okay. Which is just really funny if you've watched him for forever. All right, we need a name for a new tavern. But anyway, you have a good night. 2-second here. Big enough. Meeting location. Add inn/tavern. The Creative Orange. So we currently have the Slippery Dinner Inn. We need to rename this Creative Orange to something better. The Rainy Day? More like For a Rainy Day. The Tired Road. I don't think that cliffside is a word. Like, cliff isn't a word. Like, I don't have, like, chasm. That works. I like the tired chasm's pretty good. The angelic chasm. No, that sounds like a artificial. Nope. Awe-inspiring. Bad chasms. It's like bad dragons. East chasm. Eh. Ever seen? Evil. False. Fatal. Yeah, it would be if you fell. Foggy. Foolish. Frilly, fruity, garish, gaunt, gaunt, gloved, godly, God-forsaken. The God-forsaken chasms. The lustful chasms. New chasms, not to be confused with the old chasms. Null chasms? Noble, north, new. Kind of like new chasms. I mean, a lot of these sound pretty funny, like the putrid chasms. Let's go with the royal. The romantic chasms. Spidery, south, sooty, stormy, sunny, sweet, swift, strong, stunted, strange, strapping. The lustful chasm? Yeah, that's well, that's purely unholy, I think. Useless chasms. How about the watchful chasms? It's the watchful chasms. That's the name of it. Meaning, all of the dwarves are going to move from here and into there. We're also going to have to move our drink. And this stuff. Food is still going to be a ways away for a bit, though. The unholy holy, you're an unholy holy. Food. And there's the still number 1. And still number 2. I can tell you right now, no. Because the dwarves don't know who the Swiss are. Why would the dwarves know who the Swiss are? This could just be the new Abyssal Fall, which is the temple that we had previously, and that's going to be our offering place, the Tapazolite altar that the elves gave us. Yes, but who are the Swiss? There are no Swiss in Dwarf Fortress. I mean, we have pig cheese and cow cheese and horse cheese, probably. I think horses are milkable. Yak cheese and Dwarven cheese. What's a Swiss? All right, let's just put a bunch of beds in here and set this up as a sleeping area, just a little dormitory so that we have somewhere to sleep. There you go. See, Cooler understands. Like, chat, wouldn't it make 0 sense if there was Swiss cheese in Dwarf Fortress? It'd be bizarre. He's so weird. Do you have chipmunk cheese? I don't think you can milk a chipmunk, B-Lug. Please don't try to milk a chipmunk. It's bad for the chipmunk. Elves don't have cheese. I mean, dwarven cheese is made from purring maggots, naturally. The dwarves ain't milking themselves, if that's what you're suggesting. Why would you do a thing like that? They're nice cheese? Have you ever tried to milk a rock? Did I just, like, blow all of chat's mind at the exact same time? Like, why are you guys all so perplexed by this? Dragons are reptiles and don't have, like, teats, so no. That the Swiss don't exist. Like, the most shocking thing to chat all day is that the Swiss don't exist and thus Swiss cheese is not a thing in Dwarf. Well, I mean, if you were to slaughter a dragon and use their fat, you could probably make them into soap, yeah. Considering I've made unicorn soap and forgotten beast soap. What kind of forgotten beast? I don't know. They forgot about it. You're not hyper-focused on cheese? So it's So would you say that it is surprising that there is no Swiss cheese in Dwarf? You know, I need to ask Tarn about varieties of cheeses next time. Eh. Hobo, get back into horny prison where you belong. I'm starting to think that Hobo just like if I run the Pungeon for Halcyon Frequency, Hobo runs horny prison for my chat. Like, jeez, man. The hot season has arrived on the calendar, apparently. Chicken butt, I think. God, some people are still in elementary school. Dormitory. There we go. Let's see how Random Dwarf is doing. Dwelling upon having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. Well, Hoffer. 30. Make them from diorite. Let's place like 1 or 2 more mason shops down here. Diorite door. Diorite door. What would they use for a creative metaphor? I don't think it exists. We don't really have different varieties of cheese. There's just different cheese from different animals. The process for making them all is exactly the same, and the outcome is all exactly the same. But, I don't know. Maybe yak cheese just naturally has holes in it. I don't know. I don't pretend to understand how this shit works. So apparently I have a honey badger in a trap. Baby alpaca. There you go. You go up there. I have a giant pangolin? Okay, I need to remind myself what a pangolin is. Pangolin. We were talking about them being neat animals earlier, weren't we? Oh, right. Okay, so anteater things. These guys. We have a giant one of these. Cheddar and Gouda don't exist. Yeah, it's sad days, man. We have a giant one of these in a cage. Also, that is an adorable picture. Holy shit. Look at that. That is so cute. That's adorable. That doesn't look real. Like, that looks like a plastic toy. Yeah, we have lizard armadillos. Or a giant one, anyway. Pangolins caught the COVID blame early on? Pardon? What? Care to elaborate? What do you mean? Which means we can't put them in horny jail. Anyway, so I got a giant pangolin, and a honey badger. Well, the honey badger is going to get set on fire, so nope, not that, just the badger. And then you can be trained a giant pangolin, because I'd like to breed you. Huh. So first thing I've learned today, or one of the many things I've learned today, pangolins are used for meat. Second thing is people thought that they caught COVID from their meat. Well, I mean, they may have caught COVID from their meat, but it probably wasn't because they were pangolins. I don't know. People are quick to blame everything, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. Nothing was ever confirmed. Nothing was ever denied. That's not true. Lots of things were denied. I blame pangolins. I blame stupid people. Generally. Shoutouts to Stone, who's making us doors. All right. Well. Pangolin cheese never left the menu, dude. Don't worry about that. I actually don't know if pangolins even are cheesable in DM. Are cheesable. Is cheesable a word? It is now. Almond cheese when? In my fridge right now, actually. Actually, no, I have cashew cheese. You got more than one 3-letter agency after them? Wait, what? What is I don't know what that means. Parallax. Well, if you can make... Well, see, here's the thing, right? If you can make milk out of almonds, you can make cheese out of almonds. I actually... my sandwich today was a cucumber sandwich with an almond cheese spread. I prefer this cashew cheese spread I buy sometimes, but it's way too fucking expensive. Oh. So wait, why did they send you to be taxidermied then? Someone in chat jokingly asked me, how do you milk an almond once? And I was like, you find a very tiny almond teat, obviously. The people who sent it to be taxidermied were dumb? I mean, I believe that. How do you guys feel about loft apartments, chat? Boobies, but for almonds. Sure. They labeled it as a mutated armadillo. Jesus Christ, they were dumb. Yeah, it's just a mutant armadillo. It fell into a bucket of acid as a child. It has superpowers now, though. It's okay. I mean, maybe you could also click on it and find out. Wink, wink. So, those are all going to... Ooh, the humans have arrived. Hello, human. Oh, never mind. Actually... So, I'm sitting here going, humans have arrived to trade. A human caravan has arrived. A human criminal has arrived. Uh-huh. Which means, yeah. Is that the way you call... Is that what you call politicians? Interesting. What are you doing, human criminal? That is very strange, yeah. I mean, we don't have a prison yet, so kind of hard to show it to them. I mean, this might just be their royal treasurer. The fact that they're a criminal, though, is kind of sus, so I'm following them. It's literally their royal treasurer. That's why he's chasing the mayor. Or not the mayor, the... Actually, might be a mayor. Yeah, is a mayor. Jack Nurek is my mayor, by the way. Speaking of. Why is the outpost liaison of this human faction a criminal? Lock him up for vampire food later? I don't feel like going to war over somebody being silly. All right, well, speaking of, I need to make him an office because he's a mayor. And whether I like him or not, I have to make him an office. So we'll give you a temporary office in the corner of the tavern. Speaking of, I need to bring more chairs in anyway. So we should do that. Granite. 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 You wish in DF you could use surface boulders for stone? You can in adventure mode, but... Jack Nurek, who is our mayor. Who also is kind of a terrible person, by the way. He's often inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things. He's as voracious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, and has an overbearing personality. I think we found Dwarf Elon Musk. He relies heavily on advice of others during decision-making, and he's curious and eager to learn. Brave in the face of imminent danger and currently more fearless, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. To just blitz boulders in a room? What do you mean by blitz? All right, where that human at? Also interesting. These humans are defended by a dwarf. The Thrifty Realms is this faction. Let's see. Their leadership includes a royal housekeeper who's a goblin / drunk, a high chief who's a human, a chief executioner who's a human, a high doctor who's also human, a royal cat bearer who's a goblin, master of beasts is a human. They don't have a chamberlain. Their chief treasurer, or sorry, they do have a chamberlain who's a human. Their chief treasurer is also a human. Their high Justicar is also a human. High advisor is a drunk goblin. Awesome. See? Goblin whose job is being a drunk. And a head chancellor is a human ranger, and a lawgiver is human. Very goblin human. What a stereotype. I know it's great, isn't it? That should be correct. Welcome back. We're making loft apartments. Because I can. Which means I need to make a bunch of hatch covers. Oh, wait. Nope. They do have a chief treasurer. Mist Riddlect says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of us? I'm just going to request anvils until I figure out what I want from them, which I'll figure out over the next few years. So your name is AME. Are you that criminal? Weird. So this is probably a bug. But this human is showing up as a criminal on the map. But they are the royal treasurer. Meaning, I am inclined to believe that that person is either stealing money from someone or somewhere, or impersonating somebody. Regardless, that's kind of hilarious. So, you know, kind of funny. Yeah, tofu monks. Villains. Illicit. Villains is about half done. A little more than half done. Maybe they are a criminal impersonating the treasurer. That's possible. I mean, you guys have the world, right? So if anybody has the world installed right now and wants to jump over to adventure mode and check it, that's the name. And if you don't have the world, here's a link. If anybody wants to go look the person up. So I'm looking at the Vancouver subreddit right now, which I shouldn't be doing while working, but I am. And there are two threads. One is of somebody riding a bike down one of the local mountains in the summer. It's a beautiful film titled, "We Live in a Pretty Magical Place." The thread right beneath it is a news article that is titled, "Woman Punched in the Face Near SkyTrain Station. Suspect Facing Charges." But there's so much irony in that because it's so true. Anyway. I shouldn't be laughing at that. I hate the planet sometimes. Anyway. I hate that that's amusing to me. I hate it. Where's my treasurer at? I need you to trade. There you go. You just hate the species? That's fair. So we are selling that artifact. I have something. Oh, I brought an eagle. They just don't make the news. That's not totally true. But also an exaggeration. I just think it's such a perfect and beautiful description of Vancouver, though. Let's buy a bag of oat flour. Bring me silk. Lots of wool. I'm gonna buy some extra anvils. Buy some meats. Food variety, always good. Always good. Lots of blueberries and spinach. Rhubarbs, lettuces. Some herbs. A couple books. Some cheeses. And we'll trade. Actually, let's jump back up to the top. What kind of bars did I have? One iron, I'll take that. Got it. All right. And we traded them the artifact because it wasn't particularly exciting. Just a bracelet. Whitcode made it, though, so shoutouts. Speaking of artifacts, a dwarven child has been possessed. Let's see what Kiddo makes. Speaking of, let's just wait for Kiddo to run past. Grab this, link that up to bridge. Oh, I don't have enough mechanisms? Okay, rock, mech. 5. Let's make 5 mechs. Man, I hope this child makes a mechanism. I doubt they will, though. It's guaranteed to be a craft of sorts. All right, claims a craft store shop. Of course it does. Grabs bones. What else do you want? Gems shining. Bones, yes. Okay. Gems shining. Okay. I have to cut some gems. Not sure where I put that gem cutter shop. Well, I'm gonna put it right here for now. We need some cut gems. I know I've got several dwarves with gem cutting, so it's not gonna be a problem. Also, before they leave, here, I will screenshot the name of this person and stick it on Discord so you can find them. Actually, hold up. To find the translated version of their name. What's up in Dwarf Fort Talk if you want it? All right. A lot of food's getting stored. And my giant skink has reverted to a wild state. All right, that gem cutter shop appears to be getting finished up. All right. Now we can get you. Let's cut some sards. Orions. I like sards because they're red. They're cheap, but they're red. Which is a cool color. Red's a good color. Anybody off to collect some gems? We got Grand Mugs getting made. Ah, there we go. My manager. Is off to go cut some gems. It's a very long walk. Probably put a gem stockpile up somewhere. That's like, you know, not on the other end of the planet. Fucking headache. Sucks. Headaches are the worst. Pangolins reverted to a wild state. This is going to happen. We'll slowly get better at taming them, though. Then he doesn't exist. Interesting. Which means it's a false identity that they've assumed since. Because I can tell you this, they are the Thrifty Realms Royal Treasurer, right? So if they're the Thrifty Realms Royal Treasurer, someone must have assumed that identity in that time. Because you have a copy of the world from this morning, before I started the stream. That's when I uploaded that. Meaning, it's for sure some criminal of some sort. He's for sure talking to people and trying to convince them of things. Also, we have a legendary cheesemaker that just showed up, so, I mean, obviously we have to make cheese. Of course, we can't make Swiss cheese because the Swiss don't exist. Is that a sheep? That's a sheep. Delicious. Hunter. This is probably going to push us up to maximum capacity, I would think. Administrator, legendary hammer dwarf. I love me a good hammered dwarf. You're a miner. Any other named dwarves? Wrath. Actually, maybe not that big. Brings us up to 65. We have a ranger guild, which is fine. Ranger guilds are pretty good. They train pretty helpful skills. And Max the infant has given birth to a girl. Congrats to Max. To the Swiss is a mythical race. I mean, you know, save these thoughts. These are good thoughts, chat. Save them for the next time I have Tarn on. And then when I put out a call for questions, which I always do, we can ask Tarn about whether or not the dwarves know how to make holy cheese and what they would call it if it's not Swiss cheese. Because we always need fun questions. In fact, the last time I had Tarn on, after the interview itself was over, and I was just saying thanks right before ending the call with him, he was like, I always like these because you have a fun combination of questions. He's like, there's the right balance of, like, serious as heck and, like, hilariously silly. So... We always got to have some funny questions. So shout outs to those of you who come up with funny questions. Chat, left or right? Which one should be the Ranger Guild? Brick or stomach? It kind of looks like a stomach. Where/when do these interviews happen? They happen on my Twitch channel and roughly every 4 months. I don't have the date for the next one. But they're all archived on my YouTube channel. So just go to my YouTube channel. You can rewatch any of them. I've done 5 of them now. Or more or less, or for me at least, I'm more or less treating them like a replacement for DF Talk, which means I'm way more important than I can comprehend, and I don't like that, so thus I don't think about it too much. Like on a weekend? They're usually on a Thursday. They're usually on a Thursday and usually around 3 p.m. Pacific. It's currently 5 p.m. Pacific. Well, I mean, I could give them more range. Here, we could actually do this. Could actually make a little archery targets at the end of it. But yeah, it's usually on a Thursday and usually at around 3 p.m. There we go. The Leafy Guild. I don't like that name. The Leafy Guild requires a Ranger Guild, which I will do. But yeah, the reason it usually happens on Thursdays, and today's a Thursday, and it usually happens at around 3 p.m. The reason we do it on Thursdays is because we try and line it up on the same day as whatever the most recent screenshots get released, because every other Thursday, Kid Fox Games has a news post, so it just makes sense to do it on a Thursday after the news post would have happened, so that if there was anything exciting and or new, I can make a video about it, tease the interview, and have Tarn on all in the same day, and it just makes the most sense to do it on Thursdays. But then it usually goes up the next day. What's the theme of the fort? It's less of the theme of the fort, more the theme of the world, Freeways. We are playing a faction. So this is actually my second fort for this faction in this world. The other one was like, the gurgly one. This one, I'm kind of aiming to be like a home base for a couple of forts, because previously I was like, oh, we can build along this river. And then I realized, oh, that river is entirely inaccessible for the rest of the world. All right, well, that sucks. So this fort is a little bit south and a little bit west from the original fort. And the goal of this fort is to kind of be a home base for the outside of this faction, because this faction that we're playing is kind of cool, but they're very, very, very locked in the middle of that mountain range. So I'm thinking like this is their first attempts at like squeaking out of that massive mountain range and like trying to interact with the rest of the world. Like they've been living in the secret garden their whole career. And there's a necromancer tower in there. So at some point we're going to need to make another fort inside of that area to kill that necro tower. But currently this is the plan. This fort will have a very difficult time flooding. On the plus side, draining this fort would actually be very easy if it did flood. You're digging the cliffside? So am I, right now, in fact. Anyway, Tun, the Dwarven child, has created Kosak Kodust, a honey badger bone helm. I love it. That is phenomenal. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, English Canyon Parched. That is wonderful. Tun, you know what, let's just call you Tun. And your nickname can be Bonehelm. Maybe Bonehead. There you go, Bonehead. Good job, child. You did good. Also, Hops, what up? Them some Biggs Cliffs. Yeah. Also, I don't know if your dwarf showed up. You may have. The Honey Badger Bone Helm. This is a Honey Badger Bone Helm. All craftware ship is of the highest quality. It's called the Palisade of Princes. And all craftware ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with badger bone. On the helm is an image of Ansno Weissoothed, the goblin, and Control Meadow, the giant cheetah, in Sard. So a red gem. Control Meadow is striking down the goblin. The giant cheetah is striking down the goblin. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin by the giant cheetah on Control Meadow in the submerged hills in 140. Okay, that's awesome. It's a bone helmet made out of honey badger with an image of a giant cheetah eating a goblin. Chat, can I get a round of happy birthdays to at Commander Hops right now? Stat, please, thanks. Maybe a round of beers. That is a sick bone helm, yeah. Absolutely, that's a sick bone helm. And I bought this nice display objects thingy. Object display thing from the elves. So you know what? We're going to toss this into the tavern, I think. And that helm's going to go on it. Yours is next week. I mean, you know, logically or mathematically, it's impossible that it isn't at least a handful of people's birthday every time I stream. Just purely due to the fact that, you know, it's just math. I don't know. I can't words right now. All right, let's start filling these up with beds. Cliff base blind. Any dwarfs fallen off yet? No casualties so far, knock on wood. Plenty of salmon have died, though. Probably a few carp and a handful of tigerfish. There was a glorious battle at the base of it earlier today between a giant alligator and an alligator, and I'm pretty sure the giant alligator lost. I mean, it's a 30Z level drop, right? Those are all bits of fish. So let's see. We've got milkfish. There's a toad. Apparently there's some dead hamsters and rats. Or hamsters and rats. Carps. That just went splat. More carps. You would root for the alligator? I mean, alligator won against bigger alligator. Vroom. So we've been here for 2 years, and I'm finally giving them the start of bedrooms. There they go, all the way up to the top of this. Because, you know, we were digging down on the side of this wall here. Numbers, words, letters, language. Pfft. Hodgepodge, schmodge-wodge. Dodge-bodge. Bullshit and stuffs. Little O-Sun. Oh, you've made I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you've made 2 babies today. Dragona and Little O-Sun. Those 2 are making busy. Those 2 are making busy. All right, let's make that available. Let's make that available. Let's just give that one to the mayor. Yeah, give that one to Lorenz. Let's give that one to edition leader. Give that one to Rhinestone. That one to Navy. They're kind of the dwarves that have been here the longest, so. Give that one to Twin. It's taking a while. Dwarf Fortress tends to do that when I'm the one building the world. I have a habit of making very dense history. They can overlap. I mean, they're slightly more valuable if they don't overlap, but I don't really care. They're fine, just like this. The one problem with doing bedrooms like this is they're kind of a pain in the ass to designate because they take forever. Because you can't really macro these. I mean, I'm sure there's parts of it you probably could macro if you were better than me, but... You live! Well, that's good. You know, chat, I have to run to the pharmacy this evening anyway. I think I'm gonna make a stop by the grocery store and buy myself a steak. I haven't had a steak yet this year. I haven't had any red meat this year, like, at all. That or a nice piece of salmon, one of the two. Just because I'm just sitting here and I'm just kind of, like, I'm doing a pretty good job of hiding it, but I'm just kind of mad right now. I'm just kind of mad that I don't get to go to a concert tomorrow, and I was really looking forward to that. So I think I'm gonna go to the grocery store tonight and make me fancy dinner, because I've just been eating the same fucking pasta dish every day for the past 2 weeks.
You suck.
Good weekend for a beer? Yeah. I think I might actually sneak out tomorrow night, because 2 new breweries have opened up in the general vicinity that are both very close to me. And I'm thinking about sneaking over there tomorrow evening after podcast recording and after I'm done editing stuff and just, like, playing. I'm just kind of annoyed about that. I mean, it's for, like, logical reasons. You're gonna cancel a concert. Cancel a concert. Don't cancel the concert day before concert. That's just me. Don't tease me like that. I understand. You gotta cancel concerts. I get it. But, like, don't do it the day before, please. All right. Bedroom. Make 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 bedroom. I mean, when's it not a good weekend for a beer, though? You don't know you don't drink beer? Okay, when's not a good weekend for your favorite beverage? Alcoholic or non-alcoholic? All right. Also, anybody want to count the number of bedrooms here aside from me? Because I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. I think that's how many, approximately. Cider. That works. Cider's kind of hard on my teeth. I have pretty sensitive teeth, and super sweet drinks actually sometimes hurt my teeth. Which is funny, because, like, I haven't had a cavity in, like, a decade or more at this point. But, my God, my teeth hurt when I have certain sweet drinks. I like Central City Brewing, which is pretty close to me, actually, makes a cider called Hopping Mad Cider, which is dry hopped, using the same barrels or the same style of barrels that they use for their dry hopped IPAs. So it has kind of like an IPA, like, kind of hoppy kick to it, but it's a very dry cider. It's very low. It's pretty low alcohol content. It's like 4.5% or something. They also make an imperial version every other Christmas as a special thing. They're Greater Vancouver area. You know, they're a local brewery, but they're one of the bigger local breweries. It's actually kind of funny. There was one time I was, like, legit sitting at this computer, drinking one of those exact ciders, watching a stream, and that streamer is in London, UK. And he was playing City Skylines. He was playing, talking, reaches aside, grabs the exact same cider and takes a sip. I was like, man, I didn't realize they reached that far. God damn. Yeah, they've got pretty far reach. I've found their stuff all the way down in California before. It was just kind of funny. I was like, I'm drinking that same drink. It's like not a huge or super common or easy to find brew, but apparently it's really popular over there. So they make good beer. There's two that are like kind of really two local like Vancouver beers that are really easy to find elsewhere, and that's Driftwood Brewing, specifically Fat Tug is the beer that's easy to find elsewhere, and Central City is pretty easy to find internationally. Those are two of the bigger ones. That and like Mission Springs, if you're in Asia, Mission Springs is really easy to find, which is funny because it's almost impossible to find Mission Springs here. But because like the majority of their business is like Korea, which I still think is kind of interesting. Now you're curious about the world params? You can find them if you go look at the VOD. It's already up on YouTube. I mostly just fucked with rainfall and changed a few minimums. You know, I can't wait for people to complain about load screens in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, this load screen of making a world, it takes so long. That's one of the things I'm super looking forward to. I don't know why. I shouldn't be looking forward to people being mad, but that just amuses me. Another one of my dwarves gives birth to a baby girl. Pierogi dinner. Ooh. You need to check your local breweries, honestly. One thing you learned from coffee is local is better mostly. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's what I was just thinking about Squug and that pierogi dinner comment. Pierogi dinner, color me jealous. I don't know what color that is, but color me that. 68 dwarfs. Almost nice. Mostly say because sometimes the chapter is better in some situations, not including food. Yeah. Almost nice. Not quite nice, almost nice. Speaking of nice, I don't know how many of you have heard this, but I'm just going to read this tweet verbatim because I think it's kind of awesome. So this comes from SkillUp. And they say, Sony are so keen to lock on Bungie's talent that they are giving an average of $1 million per staff member in long-term retention incentives. Some will get more and some will get less. But they are spending $1.2 billion in keeping employees around. Which is kind of awesome. Hops, it's your birthday. I'm supposed to be gifting you something, not the other way around, but thanks for chucking out 2 gift subs. Cheers. Thanks, man. Do you go out for food or make yourself the last hot dogs you have? I mean, it depends on what's the safety like around there at that point. Outpost liaison from the dwarves have arrived. Do I have things to sell them? I might not. I might not right now. Also, I need to make sure I don't accidentally lose that helmet. So let's go. That placed. I guess I could just sell them some cut gems, because that's all I really got. Nah. It's going all right. H2O, things are pretty chill. We're working on a new fort again. The other one kind of got a little wet. It's a long story. But it's fine. It's not dead. It's just a little wet. So we're now working on a fort with near a cute little canyon, with a cute little waterfall. I mean, look at how adorable this tiny little river is. It's so small, like you could pinch its nose. It's only like a third of the fucking map. Anyway, beer to me for entertaining you for almost 2 years. Well, thanks, man. First gift subs of the day, actually. I had a couple new subs today, but it's mostly been like Prime subs and stuff. So cheers. Clifford. Is that for the effort? Are you fishing? You're drinking. Uh-oh. Bring the trader. After you saw a comment on Discord? Which comment? Oh, not my server? Oh, okay. Lions of a... Uh-oh. Clowny Cobalt, the manager, cancels drink, interrupted by giant jumping spider. What? Did you punch the jumping spider? The manager misses the jumping spider. The giant jumping spider misses the manager. The manager says, "The battle rages! I am not scared!" The manager punches the giant jumping spider. Wait, what just happened? Oh, there we go. Another new Prime sub today. Red Octobear, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Jack, can I get a round of beers? If anybody else is a resub, pop it now and you get a hype train. But enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes for the next 30 days. The manager punches the giant jumping spider in the left fourth foot with her right hand. Chipping the chitin, the manager punches the spider in the left third foot with her right hand, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle, and twists the left third leg. The manager punches the giant jumping spider in the right fourth leg with her hand, and Muthcat screams, "I was attacked! I think you attacked the jumping spider, sir." You then proceed to drink water and run away from the poor, injured giant jumping spider.
Kick it off.
Bits will work. Thanks, H2O. Cheers, man. And Knox has given birth to a girl. Another girl. Or another baby. What's Knox's second baby? This is a hype train for Ops' birthday. Thanks, Ops. Did you guys bring any booze? Brought a guinea hen, cavy boar, a bull, a drake, a llama. Ah, there we go. Cave spider silk. Something I should grab some of. Whoa! Never mind, absolutely cannot afford it. Glass Gunslinger, thanks for re-upping that sub for a third month. Welcome back. Well. And Meow resubbing. Today's like the most interesting day of resubs ever. There's a lot of people resubbing that I don't recognize, which is interesting. But thank you very much, Meow. A lot of lurkers today on support. Yeah, do what you gotta do. Don't worry too much about it, Merc. I mean, it's not going anywhere. Rith says, "I'm your liaison from the mountain homes." Thanks for the nice bits. Audio. What would I like to ask them for? Let's see what pets they have. Kinda curious. Well, actually, no, they won't have much because these are dwarves. Steel anvils. It says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Lurkers are doing their part. Lurkers are awesome. This channel wouldn't exist without lurkers. All right, well, hopefully somebody's brewing drinks. Don't see anybody brewing drinks. I also see part of the problem as to why. I need to assign another chair to my manager because my manager's never even remotely close by. Because manager's office is here, I think. Yep. Pick you up some brains if they have any. Noted. No. If you do something to kill a caravan while they're on the map, they will blame you for it. And yes, that does mean they will invade you. But if there's no survivors, then they will just get suspicious. And if there's no survivors multiple times, then they will eventually just straight up invade you. All right. What was I doing? All right. Making a guild hall. Goes in here. Flow. Ranger. Guild hall. The Whiskered Stones. That works. All right. And the giant skink is once again wild again. So nothing really has changed. Now we need some whiskers. Well, time to start slaughtering the cats then. Kind of looks like the weirdest paintball gun I've ever seen if you look at it sideways. Kind of. I think I'm going to just start engraving. Along these walls. Let them engrave whatever they want. Engrave whatever they want. So place. Let's use up those conglomerate thrones that we have. Looks like something else to you? Get your brain out of the gutter. Looks like a big, nasty eye infection. That's harsh. Ouch. Thanks for the train, guys. Cheers. It's been weirdly laggy on my end. Been, like, updating before I see the notifications in chat. It's like my chat's lagging behind or something. 5 subs and $1.69. Cheers, guys. Choo-choo. Silly emotes nobody wants, engage. Does it really matter what it looks like, though? All right, most of the dwarves still need bedrooms. Are those bedrooms built into the cliff? Yep, and they are lofts. We're going to do another row of bedrooms down here. All the way along here. I'm thinking about actually, like, constructing bedrooms sticking out of this, but we'll see if we get that far. Twitch has completely ruined the emote economy. The emote economy used to have like a lot of value, and emotes and like whether or not a streamer is successful was partially based on the quality of their emotes. It doesn't matter at all now. Because there are so many, everybody has so many emotes. Like, emotes aren't unique to partners anymore. Like, they're not anywhere near as important as they used to be. So, yeah, cliffside dwellings. I know, right? Like, these are, once I put windows in these would be apartments that you'd pay, like, $2,500 a month for a shoebox. Yeah. Although I'm not going to do that until I either have enough gems of a cool color to make gem windows or until I'm making glass, and I don't know when I'll be making glass. Definitely not today. Can confirm that. Do you play this? Can I ask you how much you pay for your house monthly? You don't have to answer that question if you don't want. Because there was 700 square foot loft apartments on the river that just finished getting constructed. Half of them are up for rent by the building, and the other half are up for sale. The ones that are up for sale for $850,000. These are 700 square foot apartments. And the rental units are $2,200 a month, which was the price I was going off of for that. Woo! Anyway, older apartments in the area are fine. That's like a 30-minute walk from here on the Fraser River. Yep. Pass. Yup. Man, they're almost happy with... Archery target, that's what I wanted. We'll set this up as an archery training area eventually. In a mortgage, I have a 425 square foot apartment, and I pay about 600 US, 680 US. In Canadian dollars, it's 900, but it's about 600 to 700 USD, depending on how the wind blows. But I pay for the rent because of, well, this is just my best example of why I pay the rent here. Well, number one, my family lives here, but that is why the rent is worth it, because this is a 20-minute bus or a 20-minute train ride and a 30-minute bus ride from my house. And I own snowshoes, so I just walk up it. But yeah, it's worth it to live here. It's expensive. Also, like, our housing markets is, like, about to explode. So I'm just kind of sitting here, like, crossing my fingers going, like, let's see what happens in, like, 4 years. Because we're currently changing laws that's making it very difficult for people who don't live here to buy housing here. Very difficult. Hey, we got a piglet. A named piglet. And a cook. An expert cook, nonetheless. Well, meal. Lavish. 1 hundo. Also, rock pot. 1 hundo. Let's see. Another cheerer? You brave? What are you? High master student, eh? Legendary critical thinker. Well, you know what? We'll make a new squad with metal armor. Just start buying weapons. Armors are twinkling. That'll work. How about you? Is it crafting the masterwork someday? Consumed by overwhelming feelings of jealousy. I know that feel. Kill the butcher. Stuff the miller. Mostly seeing if any of them are named from the other fort. Oi! What's that you're carrying? A mussel? That won't do. That means that you have fishing as a skill. How dare you? That's illegal. Same for you. No fishing. But you. Yeah. Yeah. You have a good night, Bastet. Keep well. Farmer Guild's been established. Excellent. 77 dwarves. Wow, I do actually have quite a few farmers. Didn't realize. The piglet might be his sous chef. All right. The flowery hall right next to the leafy hall now has a farmer's guild. Pangolin. The giant pangolin has gone back to its wild state once again. Well, you know, this is the ranger hall, so let's make the farmer hall right here. Subsisting on fishing, well, then they can move elsewhere. Fishing is not only a dangerous profession, it's also a massive producer of mussel shell waste. Also, we have a stoneworkers guild that just joined. So we'll have to put this right here. I kind of want the stomach to be the chef's guild if we ever get one. Also, pro tip, for anybody who doesn't know too much about Dwarf Fort, you can make guilds even if the dwarves haven't requested them, and you can make them public so that any of your dwarves can visit them, and then dwarves with that skill will then teach lessons to your other dwarves of how to be better at that skill. So valuable skills like weaponsmithing, or rangers even, which teach skills like ambushing, the whiskered stones here in the leafy hall. I can make this to citizens and long-term residents only. Now all my dwarves can visit, and children can learn ambushing and hunting before they are adults. Because I would rather just occasionally buy fish on the cheap, Drovian. Trust me, the pile-up of shells is not worth it. Also, the number of times I've seen dwarves get, like, one-tapped by a random monster outside because they were fishing is more than I can count. So I am pretty systematic about removing all fishers. Unless, like, it's a fort based on fishing and that's, like, part of the RP of it. I do not care about fishers. And so I will always just go through and systematically remove them all. Just like that. I can spout them off when I think of them. If you go to my YouTube channel, there's a playlist with orange thumbnails called How To 1 Minute, and there's a lot of like random pro tip things in there, including that guilds thing. Actually, I need you to be priority. Numero uno. Farmers Guild and Stoneworkers. Why are you not doing that at the priority I need you to do it? There it goes. Lots of things are easier to use Dwarf Therapist. Doesn't make me want to use Dwarf Therapist. The thing about Dwarf Therapist, right, is it negates the need to do this and look at this screen. This screen is the most important screen in the game, right? Dwarf Therapist completely removes the need to look at this screen because it automatically tells you what dwarves are good at, what they want to do, and what they like doing, right? But when you have this screen, you get to know your dwarves. It forces you to slow down and examine every piece of information the game is giving you. For me, using Dwarf Therapist is like skipping half of the game. It makes it harder to roleplay. It makes it harder to follow the stories that your dwarves are developing. And it negates the dwarves from a developed character, which is what this screen is, down to a stat. It's like playing D&D without a character sheet and instead just 3 stats, right? So you don't get any of your own backstory. You don't get any of like the previous places they've been. It's just numbers and preferences. And to me, that completely wrecks the game. Also, it completely takes me out of it every time I have to tab out and look at that awful fucking UX. attached to Dwarf Therapist. I mean, like, it's fine, and yes, it does make things more efficient. To me, Dwarf Therapist is a tool that you use if you're a player who doesn't care about any of the RP elements and just wants to make mega builds. If that's all you want to do, Dwarf Therapist is great. If you want to play Dwarf Fortress and enjoy every aspect of the game, you are losing something if you're using Therapist. Like, if you want to manage labor and you don't want to do it the vanilla way, the better way to do it is in DF Hack's Labor Manager, the big grid that the game gives you. Like, that is a better way of doing it, while still maintaining the character, but it's still just too clunky for some people. They're not outdated. The game hasn't updated really at all. There's like 1 or 2 things that have changed since I started doing those videos, H2O. I have 3 monitors and could have a 4th if I wanted one, but like, I don't want to look at that, right? It's not information that's helpful to me. To me, like, dropping the value of a dwarf down to a stat or a number ruins the game for me. And I'm always gonna have a hard stance on that. I have a video on YouTube called Why I Don't Use DF Hack and DF Therapist that literally covers this exact subject. And to this day, there are people that are like, dumb opinion. What can you do? Or, game's actually unplayable without this. This guy's wrong, is a comment I've gotten a couple of times. But just for whatever it's worth, that take. Everybody's favorite Dwarf Fortress storyteller, Rug Smash, completely agrees on the you lose something if you have the ability to skip that screen. Which is honestly like my biggest hope for the premium version of Dwarf Fortress is that it throws away the necessity for some players to use Therapist. When the premium versions launch on itch.io and Steam, if the vast majority of players stop using Starter Pack and stop using Therapist and DF Hack, it's a success. Otherwise, to me, mechanically, it's a failure. You've been playing mostly unmodded, and what specific screen would not be looked at if you had DF Hack or something? What do you mean, what specific screen? I wouldn't use any. The only feature I miss from DF Hack is there's this, I think it's the information screen, it tells you how many dwarves currently have beds. That is the one feature from DF Hack that I'm like, man, I wish I had that. That is the only feature. All right, so this can be the, let's make this the Farmer Guild Hall and make the Stoneworker Guild over on the side. There you go. The Rosy Hawk! I like it. Is that a granite one? Yep. It's going all right, Madunho. How's things? That's the only one you would really miss? Hold on. I think you mean Sound Sense, but here's a playlist for you. Anyway. Muscle memory. You got a bug in your eye and now you have pink eye? What the fuck? That sucks. Jeez, man. Music is good? Yep. I'm at the point now, especially with my Dwarf Fortress streams, where I mostly just have like the ambient soundscape in the far off background, very quiet. And if you want to listen to your own music, you can, because I don't really care about having music on while I stream. And I don't know. I get very easily bothered by people who just constantly have music on their streams, so I figure I must not be alone. Some people must agree with me. So. I don't know. Let's just do this party too. Those don't have any copyright strikes on them. Like, you could listen to that music all day. Lemon Showers music is free of copyright protection. The constant, what, the one, I really hope that they just have like an option in the premium versions of DF for just like, original music, new music. Where it's just like that 2-minute loop. There is a 10-hour version of that on YouTube. I like how I was 2 hours and 45 minutes in a previous listen. Thanks, YouTube, for remembering that. I like that you guys are all admitting that you've listened to that on repeat, yet at the same time, like, you could just unmute the game. You know what I mean? It's like, I admit to, like, putting that on repeat. It's like, why don't you just play Dwarf Fort with the music on? What? It's just a very funny situation, I think. All right, let's... Rosie Hawk is good to go. Now we just need the... this one over here. Rosie Hawk, Whiskered Stones. Flowery Hall, which is the Farmer Guild. We got the Ranger Guild, so this is just the Masons Guild. You played that the whole time? That's funny. Yeah, I don't mind the default Dwarf Fortress music, but it does get kind of samey after a while. Stone Worker. Hall of Mining. Silvery Points. Tarn Spotify release win. You know, like with many things, I don't think Tarn... That's something that Kit Flox would probably do, right? Like, that's probably not something that Tarn would do. You know what? I'm just gonna tell him that. All right, let's see what the value of that one is. Pretty damn close, considering there's literally nothing in there. Pretty damn far. All right, let's give you engravings. Onesie wools. Bits are down? Yeah, because the whole site's... Or try refreshing if things are broken, because the Twitch is, whatchamacallit, doing maintenance today. So if weird things aren't working, there's probably a reason. Are bits actually down? Like, can you not buy bits right now? They work here. I'd try refreshing. Also, hi, Orange. That did work.
That worked.
Don't try and start a hype train, though. Just keep that in mind, because they are currently on cooldown. But thanks for the 15 bucks. Here's Orange. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Orange lining my pockets with American pennies? Someone used bits not so long ago. They may have already been in the account, though. Twitch sometimes disables... Twitch sometimes disables the usage of bits while doing maintenance. Sometimes. Not super frequently, but often enough. What are you doing? Trying to eat? Even though it's just a literal paywall. Don't tell you what to do later? Wait, what's later? But, okay. Anyway, it's good to see you, Orange. Kind of planning on doing a long stream tonight, because I was supposed to have to do a bunch of editing tonight. But, unfortunately, concert that I was going to go to tomorrow got canned. So, I do have to go to the pharmacy at some point, but I can do that tomorrow morning. Nope. Good thing OSHA doesn't exist in Dwarf Fort. Let's make a carpenter's shop. Carpenter's shop's gonna go down here. You officially signed your work contract? Fuck yeah! That's good news. Congratulations on new job. That's really good. Heck yeah, man. Out of curiosity, which paywall emote are you eyeing? Ops. I don't even know what badge you have, so. Because I'll say this, they do get stupidly expensive, and do not try and get all of them. Unless it's something that you can explicitly afford, because they get ridiculous. Why did the game just pause? What just happened? Oh, winter's arrived. Gotcha. I have a setting different on this save that I don't normally have set this way. Osath? Oshath? What's that? What's that exact? Do tell. I'd love to know what that might be. Oh, the door one? Okay. You don't know what the green one is? The green one is the one after the door one. The one with the pentagram on it is fuck off expensive. Like, to me, like, the reason I made my bits emotes paywalls, actual paywalls, is because I think that the fact that Twitch allows you to charge for a $50,000 PNG, which is actually more expensive than that because you have to pay for bits individually, I think is kind of insane. And the fact that people don't get more annoyed and mad about that is wild to me. Yeah, because they allow you to make bits badges for every tier of the bits emotes, right? And or for the bits, they allow you to make bits emotes for every tier of bits badges, and the highest they go is $50,000, if I'm not mistaken. It might even be higher than that now, but last I checked, it was 50 grand was the most expensive bits badge you could get, which is absolutely whack to me. So that's why I kind of take the piss with it, because it's like it's stupid. It's stupid that we have those. Wait, did I ever get this hooked up? Nope. All right, let's get this hooked up. You only see 3 in the emote list? Here, let me show you some secret behind-the-scenes Twitch stuff. Give me a second. Your rewards. I think these are under emotes. Words. It's badges. Bits badges. Bits badges. Bits badges. Where are those? Where did they put those? Bit tier emotes. There they are. So I have to be careful what I show on this screen. Brander, thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Enjoy your lurks. So I have to be careful what I show on this screen, but this is the Twitch dashboard, and these are all of the badges, right? So each of these is a penny, right? So 100 pennies, 1,000 pennies, $10. 5,000 pennies, $50. And this is also the number of people that have those ones, right? So there's one person who has this badge, and it's Hobo. But 2,000 pennies, or 200,000 pennies, 300,000. They go all the way up to 5 million, right? And for every time one person is one badge away, you can make a bits emote for that tier. So I can make an emote, which I don't have yet, that costs this amount of money. So, because the most expensive bits badge on Twitch is 5 million bits, you could make an emote that is worth that amount of money. So, there you go. That's too many pennies. It's a lot of pennies. I mean, 5 million pennies. I'm doing this in a calculator just because it's funny. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 is obviously 50 grand. But because the fun fact of that, Hobo kind of cheats, but that's a different story. The fun fact about that is, like, it actually costs more than that because you have to pay roughly 30% on top. So it's actually a $75,000 emote. But yeah, Hobo has the highest one. But the reason Hobo has, I don't know. Hobo can say how he cheats if he wants, but Hobo kind of cheats. But it's still legitimate. Like, you pay for it. It's me and Hobo have shared hotels a number of times for TwitchCon. So I book the hotel and he pays me back in bits. Over $200? Add another 0. But you also got to remember that Hobo has been following this stream since 2015. And we've had bits on this channel since 2017. So that's also like, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, or 5 years. 5 years to get that number of bits cheered on the channel. So don't try and compete with it. Be smart. Also, we've got ourselves another mood. And it's a weaver who goes and stands in the middle of nowhere, which means they probably need a clothes shop, I would assume. Testing. Test received. Here's your gray butthole. Yes, it's the gray butthole. You're not as bald as Hobo. Hobo is the opposite of bald, dude. That is offered. That is awesome. I don't know. I said offered because you responded to your line where you said offered. That is fantastic. Oh, I understand. Right, yeah, your sub badge, yeah. Sorry, it took me a sec. I was like, what? I mean, you're bald too. You're just hiding it with a hat. Hobo just has accepted it, like Patrick Stewart. Oh, I need a kitchen. How much alcohol do I have? 193. We'll be okay for a bit. You like your cowboy hat? Fun. You can, I think, actually, if you dig into the Twitch settings real deep, select what sub badges you use. Just a crown is better than a hat. It's okay. Just wait until he levels up and gets glasses. And a hat. Right now he just has glasses. This is a weird conversation. Is it bad that it took me a moment to realize what you were talking about with bald? But told you to take the day off. Sounds like you got a nice boss. You and Cyrolac, man. Jeez. I wish I had a nice boss. Instead, I just have me, and I'm an ass. Life would be so much better if I liked being my boss. Hobo can make fun of your baldness while using a crown. Fair. Yeah, Hobo's just chilling on the beach. He's doing pretty well. What else do you need? Bars of metal. Like more metal? I think I just have the one bar. Yep. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Make a wood furnace right there. And a smelter right there. Threaten your boss that you'll quit? How do I threaten myself that I'll quit? But also then I won't. It's not like I can give myself a raise. That's up to you guys. That's the joke. I know. Just like me. The joke. All right. We're just going to do some real quick charcoal making. Most bosses would be coffee. Work. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how I do. I woke up this morning feeling like dog shit and was just like, I feel like crap. I don't want to get out of bed today. Gets out of bed, drinks a cup of coffee. All right, I can function. Let's go. Weep. All right. Mayor's pissed. Needs cabinets, weapon racks, armor stands. Yep. Okay. Well, rock. There we go. 10 of those. We'll make them out of diorite, sure. Armor stand, rock. 30 of those. We'll make those out of diorite. Cabinet, rock. 90 of those. And we'll make those out of diorite. What's going on? Nothing important. When is anything important ever actually going on in this stream, though? Like, let's be honest. I'm taming a giant pangolin, and most people are watching an animal dissection demonstration? That's a little bit distressing. Who's doing the demonstration? The rest are waiting for the trapping demonstration. This is what I mean by people can just go learn stuff. Oh, well, right now it looks like Lorbaum is organizing the trapping demonstration. I guess the trapping demonstration's about to start. Biology class, pretty much. Meanwhile, this dwarf's just meditating on marriage. Anyway, is anybody burning wood for me? Make charcoal. Excellent! Navy. Not navy. Oop. What? It. There we go. You make charcoal. That's what we need. Also, guess what, chat? We caught our prize. We got a giant jumping spoder. I want to get enough giant jumping spiders that I can breed them. And then make baby giant jumping spiders. Wouldn't that be adorable? Having pet giant jumping spiders running around everywhere? Okay, so we got a male giant jumping spider. We now need a female giant jumping spider. Oh, this is going to be a good fort. Giant jumping spider cavalry! I mean, jumping spiders are adorable. I mean, so if you're scared of spiders, close your eyes for like a minute. But I'm going to show some pictures of spiders because they're so cute. Spider. Like jumping spiders? Spiders are spawns of Satan? I could not disagree more. Nope. Their feet are not cute. They are, but I mean, look at that little. Look at him. He's so cute. He's looking for a finger. This is a really good account on Reddit. This person posts all these little videos of cute little jumping spiders. Eh. Like, here's a cute video of a jumping spider eating things. I think this is the same one actually. I'm not even sure what that is. I think it's honey. Yum yum. Look at those eyes. They're so cute. Anyway, I should actually be paying attention to this artifact that's not getting made right now. Smelt native silver ore. Melt native silver. Okay. The reason why nobody's making rock pots. Probably because I need more stone crafters. Stone crafting. There you go. That's what we need. Stone crafting. Stone crafting. And they are adorable. Okay. Mount native silver ore. That's what we need. Good, good, good. Other than scaring the piss out of you whenever they jump. Yeah. We're going to be menacing with spikes of silver. Yeah. Well, I mean, my options are silver or silver and maybe lead, so I'm going with silver. Anyway, the jumping spiders are no longer on screen if you're currently tabbed out. They are now just simply represented by the capital J. You're a veggie? Are you related to Larry the Cucumber? Because if you are, like, tell him I said hi. Was a big fan when I was 6. The one and only Orange. Larry the Cucumber and Bob the Tomato. I probably just like gave somebody a nostalgia trip in the last 10 seconds. Hi, I'm Larry the Cucumber, and I'm Bob the Tomato. Yep. VeggieTales, VeggieTales. You know, they have a Netflix show, and it's horrible. Want to hear something funny? VeggieTales? What's funny? Spiders are adorable? I just caught 3 giraffes. That's pretty funny. Giraffe steaks on the table. You're less than fond of spiders, and there are much worse things in this world. I mean, there are scary spiders in this world. Jumping spiders are not scary. They are adorable. Adorable. I just want to pinch their little cheeks. Boop their snoots. They're adorable. There are definitely scary spiders in the world, but those guys are not one of them. All right. Well, we grabbed the silver bars. I think we're going to need 2. Giraffe pen? Nah. We're just eating those giraffes. We're just catching them in my traps. They're just walking through. You watched VeggieTales on the VHS at your private Jewish school that you went to? I mean, not like shaming anybody's religion here, but I have a feeling there's probably more Christian-themed, like, children's cartoons than there would be Jewish, just by the law of averages. So, I mean, it's the part of the show where Larry comes out and sings a silly song. It's the only reason anybody shows up, Elmino. Oh, here. Except for the one where the other guy shows up. And then he sings the cheeseburger cover. Oh, how I'd love a cheeseburger. I want a cheeseburger. I'll come back for you. Oh, I love a cheeseburger. Ah, okay. So you have complete. Perfect. Let's begin a mysterious construction. And it's alpaca wool, iron bars, and 2 silver bars. Took the 1 iron bar I had. And I can deconstruct these now. Build those later. I always love the bunny song. I'm trying to think of which one was my favorite when I was younger. Oh, the box of chocolates. When Larry's got a box of chocolates and he doesn't want anybody to go anywhere near his box of chocolates. The reason I like that one so much is because the green onion comes in at the end and he goes, "What's your name?" And he goes, "I've been around since show 1 and I've never been given a name." And to this day, he still hasn't been given a name. I mean, the pirates who don't do anything are kind of their own thing, though. The ones you watched were non-biblical stories or the ones based on the Old Testament? Yeah, that's fair. Can I show the fortress? Sure, after I read this artifact. Catan the Weaver has created Thokitsor. A sleek alpaca wool hood, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Zasset Ape Syrup. How do you make ape syrup? Squeeze an ape real hard? It's worth 38,360 zethal. This is a sleek alpaca wool hood. While craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and decorated with alpaca wool, and it is made from alpaca wool cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of silver. On the item is an image of dwarves in iron. The dwarves are striking a triumphant pose. The artwork relates to the race held by the Crimson Pulley in blockade spires as part of the Helmed Festival in the early spring of 54. During the 31st race of the Helmed Festival. I live in a region where it's dangerous ones. You set your clothes on fire every morning before you put them on. I mean, we have poisonous spiders here too, but the key to them is don't touch them. Also, I don't even know what you're telling me, God damn it, over, because I've said so many things in the last 5 minutes, I couldn't even, I don't even know, Hobbs. That's a pretty good hood. Someone's going to come and try and rob it, so we're going to put it up here on our pedestal. Also, my God, I've got that, oh, I love a cheeseburger stuck in my head now. Make a kitchen, which is still perplexes me that it's Z on the keyboard and not K, which is the clothier shop, obviously. Duh. Mentions nothing of an identity change. Probably something that's happened since then. That, or it's just a bug. It might just be a bug. But, based on my estimates, it's probably not a bug. Probably just something that's happened since World Generation finished. The Empire... So you found a criminal necromancer traitor, but it mentions nothing of an identity change. That and their association is with the Empire of Balls. Thank you, Dwarf Fortress. Never change. The Empire of Balls. It must be a bunch of ballers. Yep, lol at this game. It's a very, like I tell everybody, Dwarf Fortress is a very, 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 very good video game. It's not necessarily the most well-made video game in regards to the way it runs, but it's a very, very, very good video game. And the Empire of Balls proves that. Very good. Very, very, very good video. And anybody who disagrees just has poor taste. It's okay. We can pity them. Empire of Balls. Are those balls in space, perhaps? We're gonna start building some crafting stuff up here, because I need to get it out of that entry hallway. The Mysteries of Nut? I mean, that's... It's like when one dwarf was pondering violence and the other one was like pondering reproduction right next to each other, and I'm like, guys. All I can say, though, is that anybody who says that this game isn't very good is just plain wrong. This game is very, very good. And very, very well made. Making more bedrooms. These ones don't get windows, though. Sucks to be anybody who's late on the renting in here. By the way, this has nothing to do with anything, but even if you missed the story when it happened a while ago, but even if you missed the actual news story when it was a new thing, I recommend the documentary on Netflix about the Tinder swindler. It's just really, really well put together. And a very entertaining little documentary. Very much recommend it. I don't know why that popped into my brain. Watched it last night. Very good. This game isn't very good. Also, this game isn't very good. Also, your adventurer is now skilled in the musical form of the pregnant sister. Are you saying that's what's making it not very good? I'm very confused by that sentence. This game? Yeah, this game was largely made by Tarn and Zach, yes. With some outside assistance from Scamps, of course. Scamps, I would say, is probably the most important contributor. Keeps Tarn in check. Make sure he doesn't go nuts. Scratches his leg if he does. Or threatens the internet with his paws. Having your adventurers sing in taverns, that's amazing. I imagine that the pregnant sister is very similar to the song Hey Soul Sister. Except slightly creepier. I mean, actually, hold on. What was the name of that thing? I think my manager know it. Or like it. Nope. Who was it? There was somebody in this. I'm trying to find this one musical thing that I used to see all the time. Or that I've seen a couple of times in this fort already. Let's just check. Words of the Crypt of Cleaning. Wondrous Lark. No, not that. This world has a very funny dance name. I'm just trying to find somebody who likes it. I don't want to get it wrong. That was the dwarf that I just checked. Thank you. Likes mountain gnomes for their ability to hold liquor. I've never seen a dwarf that likes mountain gnomes before. Wonder if they can hold their liquor better or worse than a hamster. Likes donkeys for their stubbornness and mountain gnomes for their ability to hold their liquor. It's a fair thing for a dwarf to respect, though. Nope, this is a different world than Long Death. We are changing it up a bit for the health of the stream. God damn it, where's that funny one that I've seen? The paper lace and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine. This one likes sea otters for their playfulness. I think that I found FG. Ah, there it is. The Embraces of Lathering is a dance in this world. So, it's not an instrument. It's a song. You've never seen one? Yeah, I always they live very, very high in the mountains and can only be found in very, 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 very deep caves. Very, 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 very high in the mountains. And all they do is drink alcohol and steal alcohol and drink alcohol. That's all they do. There are two kinds of gnomes. There are mountain gnomes and dark gnomes that exist in DF. Also, hey PT Kato. But yeah, the Embraces of Lathering is a dance that you can learn here. I like to think it's like the equivalent of like covering yourself in soap and giving somebody a hug. Let's embrace and lather. Ugh. Sounds like a lifestyle. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just since we're talking about alcohol tolerance, I would like to take this moment to remind everybody of a very important fact. Hamsters are capable of consuming more alcohol than any other living animal that we know of on Earth, and can, based on their size and weight and the amount that they can consume approximately 1.5 liters of Everclear per day without feeling any ill side effects or even getting slightly drunk. However, if they consume more Everclear than that, scientists have observed that they wobble a little bit when they're walking. You can fact check that. Also, if you have a hamster and you put vodka into the water for it, as long as it's not flavored, they'll happily drink it. I learned all this the other day while reading about it on the internet, and fact checked it, and yep. It's true. Are you a hamster, IRL? Elmino? That valid for guinea pigs? I have no idea about guinea pigs. Please don't give your guinea pig alcohol. But, yeah. That's my favorite fact to just, like, drop on chat now, because it's so absurd. It's so absolutely ridiculously absurd. And the wet season has arrived, aka spring. The season in which it rain. Spring has arrived on the calendar. Nobody seems to have died of old age. Also, holy shit, we got news from the humans, apparently. Well, we now have an approximation of what those goblins are up to. Looks like the goblins are invading the humans and the humans are invading the goblins. Back and forth. Pretty violently, in fact. Pretty fucking violently, that. Also, hype trains are now off cooldown. Oh. Hamster is your spirit animal. I mean, that was kind of my thought when reading those articles too. Also, to the person who just signed up on my Patreon 13 minutes ago, if you're watching the stream, tell me who you are. Just DM me on Patreon your Twitch name and I can give you your benefits. Till then, I kind of can't because it's got your real name. What was the thing I was about to do? All right, hamsters. Here's the New York Post article that I first found and then went and fact-checked. And yes, it is accurate. Where's the quote? This is a quote from Gushin Lupfer, who's the scientist who went about this. And they say, You just put a bottle of unsweetened Everclear on the cage and they love it. Also, like, this is a brilliant shot. I love this little guy. He's just like super just like, I need more booze. Hamster's here to steal your booze, chat. I really think that this should be accurately represented in Dwarf Fortress, though. I think that hamster men should be able to like infinitely drink alcohol and not die of alcohol poisoning. Needs a tiny bottle opener. This is true. Does need tiny bottle opener. Almost makes me want a pet hamster, even though I know I don't want a hamster, because I kind of hate hamsters. Oh, true. Maybe that's why dwarves hate hamsters, is because they want to steal the alcohol. Also, what, aka wait, what, has withdrawn from society, and the elves are here to trade. Both of these are very convenient things at this time. Where did wait, what go? Looking for strange mood. Where do you is? Salon? What? I don't like hamsters. Like in general, like I don't like rodents. As pets or otherwise, I just don't like them. But that makes me respect them. Their alcohol tolerance makes me respect them. Did you literally just grab 2 rocks? Literally grabbed a single granite boulder. Like, that's enough. All right. You buy Everclear, but you dilute it? I mean, I don't believe I've ever had Everclear, actually. So this is going to be where we're going to start doing crafts. We got to finish these beds first, though. We could actually farm back here. Yeah, I think we're going to farm over on that clay. You've had enough clear to know that you don't buy Everclear. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I assume it has its uses. I don't know. I've always kind of been a lightweight anyway. Just kind of seems dangerous to me. I don't know. But I'm sure it has its uses. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a thing. There we go. We're finally making rock pots. Thank you. Salon, aka what? The engraver has created Idash Hothbem, a granite scepter, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Dumat Clean Earths. Dumat Clean Earths. Yeah. This is a very cheap granite scepter. This is a granite scepter. All craft store ships of the highest quality, and it menaces with spikes of granite. So we made a scepter that has spikes. Ribbed for her pleasure, I suppose. You don't feel good, it's too much? It's a little more complicated than that, but yeah. In simple terms. It's going the wrong way. All right, well, let's do a little office along here. This is going to be the mayor's office. I mean, like, I really like beer, wine. I enjoy whiskey, but I like good vodka too. But there's some things where I'm just like, it's just not what I'm here for. And a lot of the hyper strong types of alcohol are just, it's not what I'm there for. Nothing wrong with it, but it's just not what I'm there for. Yes, that should allow me to smooth all of that. Okay, so this can be Mayor's bedroom. This will be Mayor's bedroom. This will be Mayor's office / dining room. Yep, I know. But anyway, there's two things that scare me. Moonshine and Everclear. I will stay away from those. However. What's that? More dwarves? The more migrants have arrived. Who are you? You're a planter? Bone doctor? Fisher dwarf! Stop it! Stop there, criminal! I can't have that! Get that crap out of here. Ooh, that was a close one. What you? A leather worker? Go be a leather worker. Another fisher dwarf. God damn it! Stop there, criminal! Cease! Much better. Give you stone crafting and weaving. Llama! Delicious. You're fine. Hey, it's other last gunslinger. There you go. Who else do we get? Alban, a trader. A named bunny. Great. Somebody brought a turkey. Named Lorbam. Or a peacock named Lorbam and a turkey named Turkey who's getting eaten. Short task, another cook. And that looks to be all of them. Cease your fishery! We don't approve of that kind of behavior here. Also, just a little bit of facts. The reason hamsters can drink so much alcohol is because in the wild they would store food because they don't hibernate, but they do have to store food for the winter. And they have to slowly go through all of their food, right? Well, the issue is their food, like, goes bad and ferments. So they have to be able to eat fermented food, like fermented nuts and whatnot. And fermented roots, which gain alcohol content. Just don't hit it too hard. Just remember that the hay did nothing wrong. Cease criminal, this is a fishery. Instead of stop criminal, this is a robbery. Also, did I ever hook up that bridge? If I didn't, I'm going to smack myself. I did. Cool. Cheers, mate. We'll see you in the next one. Cage trap. And another cage trap. Like the Monty Python episode up in here. My lord, I never knew you knew so much about hamsters. You know that these things... you have to know about these things when you're king. Well, naturally. You have to know about these things when you're a streamer. You know, somebody on an earlier VOD of Long Death... on an early VOD... like a pretty fucking early VOD of Long Death. Somebody commented... Blind, you have this incredible talent... for knowing the most absolutely pointless facts at the exact right time. And that's one of the best compliments I've ever gotten. Is that I have a incredible talent for having the most pointless fucking facts at the perfect time. And I kind of love that statement. Take that with me to the grave, damn it. I'm a repository of useless information, naturally. Well, I mean, I'm a streamer. What else do you expect? I play video games on the internet. I can't, like... I'm not benefited by knowing anything useful. Don't be silly. I don't benefit anybody by knowing anything useful. Sheesh. Well, how can I do this? Let's just jump up here real quick. Somebody should be able to hop up there and do that. Is any information useful? I mean, nothing is useful in the end. We're all just gonna die, and that's that. But all right. Let's make just rock blocks. 500. That or I'm just a useless garbage dispenser. One of the two. I'm either a verbal garbage dispenser or just a repository for useless information. Oh boy. Literally here just building the roof for the mayor's office. Last little bit's all gonna be ramps. You know what? Actually, let's do just some ramps in the inner bit here. It has a bit of a upward slant to the ceiling. Can I give you a gem window on the corner here? I do have enough shards to give him a gem window. All right, well, Mayor's the only one getting a window so far. Cancels load. Hey, we got ourselves another peacock. Or not peacock, giraffe. We also have peacock, but we also have another giraffe to eat. Giraffe meat on the table, boys. Gotta love some giraffe. Actually, what are the dwarves drinking? Drinks. We have sorghum beer, wine, dwarven ale, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. More strawberry wine. What are we eating for food? No prepared meals currently. So, just whatever ingredients we happen to have lying around, I guess. Lots of meats. Nice to see that we're actually making rock pots now, too. A few more pieces to put in place before I can remove that up ramp. Also, in 4 minutes, 10 hours of streaming. Not bad. Not bad at all. That done? Yep. So we can remove that. We can remove that. Just do that. That. Build a ramp. Staring at this panic and going, nothing's gonna collapse, right? I mean, I'm taking tomorrow. I don't stream, so I can't say I'm taking tomorrow off anymore because Friday is no longer a day off. Because Friday is now like either meetings or podcast recording day, and then that means I'm just gonna be editing a podcast all day. So, which means we need our podcast to get big and famous, so I can just hire an editor, so I don't need to fucking do it myself. But we're a long way away from that. One day. That's convenient, bot, right when I was talking about it. Thank you for placing that in chat. It's almost like I planned that. I definitely didn't. It's just scheduled to go up whenever, but... You subscribe to it? Hey! When Steam DF hits. You know the irony of that? There is equal likelihood that I become a very big famous streamer with hundreds of or thousands of people watching, but it's just as likely we stay exactly the same size. Just as likely. So, I choose to not get my hopes up. I mean, I've taken part in... I've been streaming specific games during games launch cycles a number of times. RimWorld's an example of a game that I saw a lot of growth in a short period of time. It's never stuck around for very long, and I've never been one of those channels to just like get really big. Of course it would be nice, but it's never happened to me in the past. Jupiter Hell, yeah, but Jupiter Hell's a very small game anyway. But yeah, we had like, I don't know, 150 viewers for a few days when Jupiter Hell came out. But Jupiter Hell's a very small game. Like, I'm basically the only person who streams that game whenever there's patches, so I'm usually more or less by myself. I didn't really expect many to stick around from that. But, I mean, like, there's plenty of people here who found me during that game, but it wasn't what I would describe as, like, a large influx of viewers. It was an influx of viewers, but not a large one. So, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress could be huge. It could also be a nice bump for a couple of weeks, and then things go back to where they were. So, I don't know. I think the only reason I have hope of doing well when the premium version releases is because there is a possibility that my YouTube channel does well. What? This directory is going to be flooded with much larger channels than mine. Which isn't a bad thing. It just means there will be lots of competition. But the problem with there being lots of competition means there will be people competing for views. Have I not set up coffers? Apparently I didn't. So, I don't know. To me, it's about as much up to you guys whether or not I explode as it is up to luck and algorithms. Because unfortunately, that just kind of is the way of things. Like, there's a very real possibility that premium versions release, and there's, I don't know, let's just say 1,000 people watching every day. for let's just say 50,000 people watching Dwarf Fortress, and 30,000 of them are on Co-Carnage, and then the rest are on other people that are also huge variety streamers. I just get swamped and I don't even get noticed. You hope I get to stream it early? That would be cool. That would be cool. I'm honestly more hoping that I get to make YouTube videos early. My phone just vibrated. Who dat? Who dat, doobie? My mom? Is it a spammer? It's a spammer. Cool. Ever since the pandemic hit, spam texts have been really bad here. Like, ridiculously bad. Not even funny how bad they've been. All right, this goes to our mayor, Jack Nurick. I'm assuming you're still my mayor. Yep. Now is a decent dining room. Nope. Unfortunately, DF Premium isn't dating. You have to speak to their father first. Good luck competing with that and barking up that tree. Someone should make Dwarf Fortress Premium a dating profile online and see how many dates they get. It would be a lot of work for a joke, but I think it would be a pretty funny one. All right, that's that wabbit that I need to pasture. Giant pangolin. Doing what? Are we just hunted a giant pangolin. Not the one I have trapped. Which means I can tell you guys how much meat it has. It's kind of awesome, actually. Or get a rough estimate, anyway. But, there is a rough guess by fans, and people are guessing this year sometime. But realistically, Pack, it could come out next year. It could come out the year after. It really depends on what Tarn needs to do. And Tarn works slowly, and that's okay. So, it'll be done when Tarn says it's done, and not before. That is totally fine. It just unfortunately means that for me, might be here a while. Which I'm kind of fine. Kind of shocked that we haven't been sieged by goblins yet. Need to build 2 squads. I almost said that. You took the word right out of my mouth. I just want this fort to be totally lockdownable. We're moving our farming to over here. But, you know, at the end of the day, the main thing that grows channels like mine is just word of mouth. That's about it. Keep me relevant. Mention me in YouTube comments and other YouTube channels. About it. I can tell you for a fact Tarn Adams does not really watch YouTube content. I know he's aware of people who make videos that get a lot of views. Like, he's aware of Krug Smash, and he has seen Krug Smash's videos, but he doesn't actively watch anything, and I can tell you that for a fact. He plays lots of games. He also played Dyson Sphere program in Factorio. I don't think he's touched Satisfactory, though. We'll make a food stockpile. There's going to be a seed stockpile. Oh. Remove barrels from the seed stockpile. Always remove barrels from the seed stockpile. And then hit the right hotkey when you're aiming for it. Move that seed stockpile. All seeds move down here. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. And plump helmets. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. Pigtails. Pigtails. Those are all seeds. That's a lot of seeds. You say goodnight? Well, you have a good night, man. Gotta watch some vids on Caves of Cud? I will probably be streaming Caves of Cud in a couple of weeks. I'm waiting for their current big update to go into the main branch instead of being in the beta branch. Because playing a game with permadeath that also might crash is suboptimal, to put it bluntly. But if you go to my YouTube channel, I have a full playthrough of the game with permadeath turned off. The most recent update, where I do die quite a few times. I think I died like 13 times something throughout the run, but you can see all of the main story quest content in that playthrough. Also gonna just put a small wood stockpile there. So Sid Jack Nurk has imposed a ban on certain exports. I can't export pics. That's great, because I need more of them. Also, I think I said this already, but Pack, you have a good night. Sleep all, dude. So, Cutest posted on Discord about 30 minutes ago saying someone can't stop watching Ozark and it's 6 a.m. Cutest Ghost said that they were going to bed like 7 hours ago. I just would like to remind everybody that Ozark is a very good show. Ozark is worth subscribing to Netflix for a month if you haven't seen it. It's a very good show. Very good show. Oh my god, that's a good show. All right, so this goes to my mayor. There you go. So now my mayor has almost everything that they want. Not a fisher. Cool, you don't have fishing. Seems like he can't sleep. I mean, that's possible, but Ozark did that to me a couple of times when I was watching Ozark. Like I said, Ozark is a very good show. It's a very, very, very good show. If you're looking for a good crime show, Ozark is probably like the best thing I could recommend. I think next time we work on this fort, which will probably be Saturday, we will build off on the, or start working on the drowning chamber. Needs unrotten cookable solid item. Well, apparently we made all the lavish meals we could. Let's gather more plants. So let's see what our prepared meals are now that we actually have a bunch of prepared meals. Whew. Let's see, we got muscle roasts, a lot of muscle roasts, giraffe meat roasts, giraffe eye roast, reindeer heart roast, yak heart roast, reindeer more cow sweetbread roasts, plump helmet roasts, giraffe lung roast. I feel like that a lot of those would just get us put in prison. I feel like animal rights people wouldn't like that very much. Also, I wasn't able to sleep last night. Last night I slept like absolute shit. Like seriously, last night I slept like ass. It was not pleasant. Stared at the ceiling for a very, very long time and then couldn't sleep afterwards. It sucked. Must be a long meal. You know, that's all I have to say. Well done. Anyway, Vinsati's given birth to a girl. Human caravans arrived, once again headed up by that fucking criminal. I need to see what fun animals the humans have access to. Oy. All right, so trader waiting on you. And this weird criminal person that says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There is much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? All right, let's see what kind of animals they have. Well, they have hamsters. They have giant hamsters. They have grizzly bears. Grackles and magpies. That's actually kind of like anticlimactic. They don't really have anything super fun. They don't really have anything fun. Grizzly bears are the best they got, so. Chad, should I request grizzly bears? What do you think? Yeah, we'll request some. Why do I keep hitting the wrong button? I'm so freaking used to a different key for a menu like this for some reason. All right, we requested some grizzlies. Grandpa Grizzly is on his way. Bears and giant jumping spiders. I'm still waiting on getting a second giant jumping spider. We only have one right now. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Speaking of dwarves, down here, I think I'm going to place my giant jumping spider. Hold on a second. Did I just read that right? Giant jumping spider. I think I have 2 giant jumping spiders. I think I have 2. Do I have 2? Giant jumping spider. Giant pangolin. Giant skink. Oh, that's probably what it was. Giant skink. Well, disappoint. There's a giant moth flying around, though. Which, by the way, is awesome. Whoops, wrong button. Stream starting soon, guys. Just ready to get going. Running like Dwarfs do. Boing. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, boing. Pig's giving birth to a piglet. Right behind the human criminal person. And we're going to buy bronze from them and Electrum. And their black bronze. Bring anything fun? Jackbull. Ooh, they brought a grizzly bear. We'll buy a grizzly bear, why not?
Chicken attack.
Chicken attack. You head to bed, B-Lug? You have a good night, man. Chat, everybody say good night to our everybody's favorite moderator, B-Lug, who's everybody's favorite other moderator next to Hobo. Shout outs to the mod team. But also, you have a good night, man. I'm gonna buy some bags. Buy some leather, cloth, cloth, more of that stuff, more of that stuff, more of that stuff, bunch of anvils. You know what I should actually say is tied for everybody's favorite moderator. You know, I can buy guppies. I didn't realize there was guppies in Dwarfort. Guppies are so small. How the fuck do they eat those? Like, seriously. How in the world? Also, there's a honey badger. That's terrifying. A miner strikes the honey badger in the tail with his bronze pick, tearing apart the muscle. Seems like it's dead, so that's good. Death to honey badger. Death to badger. The fish cleaner kicks the honey badger in the head with her left foot and the injured part explodes. Excellent. You kicked its head off. Well done, Dwarf. Well done. All right, so because I feel like we need to know. Going to dig down. Let's go down to about layer -5. Let's do that. Just kind of curious, you know? Curious. Just kind of curious as to what we're going to hit. For a number of reasons. Wet stone, apparently, is what we're going to hit. Seems like they stopped bumping into whetstone, so that's good. Red pyrope. And we need to dig down anyway, because it's this layer that there's some important stuff on. Alright, nothing yet. Let's go down to layer 20. Giant pangolin has forgotten her training. That's fine. Damn, they got down here quickly. Well, that's what I was looking for. So we've discovered the first expansive cavern deep underground. Let's just dig this out. Over one set of tiles down to here. All right, let's keep going. See what else we find. That was either a cat or a crundle. I'm hoping it was a crundle. definitely a Crundle. All right. Well, there are Crundles in the basement. That's good news. And we found this second deep cavern layer, deep underground. Of course we did. So rather than digging right here, I think we're going to go to right here. This will be downstairs. This will be upstairs. That will be wall. It's an area that we mine out. And this right here, we're going to do the exact same thing. I'm locating all the cavern layers, if you're wondering what I'm doing. And in this cavern layer, not seeing much. Yeah, I know. We're gonna be calling it in a minute here. Unless you guys can give me a real good reason to keep going. All right. Well, we found warm stone. I think that's about as deep as we're going there. All right, chat. I've been live for 10.5 hours. I think that makes up for the sudden end to yesterday's stream. How does a stair up on the cavern layer? So think about it this way, right? An up-down stair goes all the way through one layer, into the layer above, and into the layer below. A upstair is only that layer, and a downstair is only that layer. Does that make sense? So if I only have a downstair, it doesn't penetrate the ceiling and only goes through the floor. If I only have an upstair, it doesn't penetrate the floor and it only goes through the ceiling. If I have an up-down stair, it goes both. That's why. All right. Time to save the fort. We will pick this back up on Saturday, and I swear we'll do some long death on that day, too. I've just been kind of absorbed with this. You're talking about DOS Tactics video? I think DOS Tactics is the one that's legendary because it's a 9-minute... It's like a 9-minute video just explaining how stairs in Dwarf Fortress work. He super over-explains it. It's literally the exact same stairs